chat. How are we doing? Welcome on in, everyone. Congratulations, Wolf, on your P plates. I'm glad that you were able to get it first try. I didn't. I was not able to do that on my first try. Why did that not work? I had that set up and everything. It should have done something like this. Good morning, Shadow. How you doing? And why did that not work? I tested the other day and it worked perfectly. Oh, that's the petting emote. How are we all doing? How's your week been, Shadow? Or the rest of your week, I should say. And congratulations again, Wolf, on getting your P plates. Is that about your shoulder? I think you did a number on your shoulder, if I remember correctly. So put that into there. What if I redeem it? Hmm. Hey, maybe I didn't do it right. Maybe that creates an entirely new redeem. I don't know if I want to. Do I want to do that actually? So if I get rid of that, remake it using this, does it work now? Well, better safe than sorry, right? I swear to goodness it was working just the other day. Oh, wait, hold on. The dentist was alright. Thank you for checking in, Wrench. I thought it was a. The last time I went, I had to get some pretty serious stuff done. Well, the last time I went, I discovered that I had a cavity in my teeth. Okay, now it should be working. Wolf, apologies for that. That should be working. Now, why is the other one not? Oh, did it not save? Hmm. I didn't think I needed to save it. No, I just got a filling. This time I had a bit of decay on the outside of a tooth, and I just had to get that kind of filed off, and get a filling for it. So relatively not bad, because for like last time it was pretty rough. Last time I had to get a bit done, like I said, but that was a year ago. So the model is lagging probably because I'm trying to fix up something. So I'm trying to make this grenade thing work. So no one redeem it yet. Because for some reason it ain't. Because of course it's not. Why would it be straightforward? That'd be far too simple. button and re-click that there. Okay. Yeah, the frag out redeem ain't working. But I am working to fix it. Live on stream. Yeah, 1k 1k channel points that I have stolen from Wolf. Just shamelessly taken from his purse. Indeed. Okay, let's test it over here. Okay, well, it worked there. And now it's on cooldown because I set up a cooldown for it. Very smart, Zhao. So what I'm going to do is the ultimate foolish thing and turn off the cooldown. 6 seconds. Okay, I think it works now. Yeah. Okay, we're in business. Apologies for the brief kind of not programming, but like behind the scenes little bit there. Oh, I should change the time so I don't get fragged every 6 seconds by some sort of high roller. Maybe 360 every 6 minutes. How are you, Wrench? How are you doing? I didn't get up to too much today. I did get a haircut, finally. I've never been particularly good at dealing with hairdressers. I feel like I may have mentioned that before on the stream. I mean, that's got to be a thing, right? Because you could probably even just like, I think you can route directly into the different, like particularly with all the AI programs everywhere. There's got to be like a way that you could just have ChatGPT be spoken to directly by chat. Whether you'd want them to or not is another matter. But I can't imagine it's impossible. So I finally got a haircut. I had to find a new place because the place that I used to go to got sold. And apparently the quality's gone a bit downhill since then. It took a long time to get like seen by the dresser. And then what was the other part? I mean, maybe I'm just like longing for the time of a high school haircut, which in Australia is about 30 between $15 to $30 depending on where you are. I feel is like the high school haircut cost. So I think I'm still longing for that price point because I had to pay $40 for my haircut, which is fine, I guess. It's it's less than a lady's haircut. They have it particularly bad, but I would have preferred to pay less. The real issue though is I just don't know how to speak to hairdressers. So luckily the lady I had at this place understood what I was kind of aiming for. But I never know what to say in terms of like, a number 4, a number 1 on top, a number 3 on the face, all of this kind of stuff. I never quite know what the specifications are of the hair that I have. Like the hair that I want. The you kind of understand what I'm saying, I think, maybe. But it was good. I got lucky with this lady. The other thing I did today was continuing the job application process, which is still ongoing. I had applied for 2 jobs last weekend, and I had to do a kind of assessment test today for one of them, possibly 2, because they're both at the same place. and I don't know. It was interesting because I'm applying for what's called a digital kind of internship traineeship. Yeah, I'll change it in a little bit. I figured because I'm just going to be kind of yapping for a bit, I might as well be accurate in the title. Just yapping. But thank you for the heads up. I will probably appreciate that in like 10 minutes. Yeah, I did see a little bit about that Kyrex game. It could be interesting. But this assessment, because it's in theory a job where I'm applying to work for the Australian Public Service, and as far as I can tell, it's a role where we get sent to different departments or placed in different departments, and then kind of drag them kicking and screaming into the 21st century in terms of technology. And like the what was it? There was like a technical test, and it was not technical. You hold on, I can read the script because I took a screenshot of this because it was just so weirdly basic. So were very precise in what they wanted you to do. So this is the first one. So you open up, it was on a web page, and you open it up, and it had a simulated desktop environment, like a Windows desktop. And you had to, step one, open the file letter.doc located in the My Documents folder. Using the keyboard shortcut, copy all of the text in the file, minimize the window containing the letter.doc, and launch Microsoft Outlook. Using the keyboard shortcut, paste the copied text into a new email, address the email to this email address and CC it to this other email address and into the subject and send the email. I can't remember if I checked my documents folder or not, or if I just went to my desktop, which is embarrassing because I was just saying how basic this was. I mean, it's Outlook, right? It's an office environment. That's what you use. But it was very kind of rudimentary. I don't know if it was because they were just trying to test your ability to read and then perform instructions, or if it was like to make sure you actually knew if your computer was plugged in, kind of thing, before they sent you out into the world. But I mean, reading it back now, I do worry if I've read those correctly. Like, I can't remember if I did open it from the My Documents folder or if I just opened it off of the desktop. I mean, there's no sense worrying now. It's crying over spilt milk. If I've jeopardized the job interview, I've already jeopardized it by now. And then you had other parts of it. There was an emotional intelligence part where it gave you like first it gave you different faces of people like performing an emotion, and you had to say if it was happy, and then like thumbs up or thumbs down, like if that statement was true or not, if it was happy or not. And it went from there, and then you had to like it was just weirdly. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Weirdly, not infantile. I mean, maybe it was infantile. I honestly don't know how to describe it because this is like my third interview. My current job was my first, and even then, it wasn't a real interview. The second one that I applied for earlier in the year, there was like an online thing, and then there's this one. So I'm still very new to this whole kind of job application thing. And then there was finally like a kind of like a basic skills test. If you're an Australian, you would recognize that term. Um, so it was like basic problem solving, basic So you had like Tetris shapes, like L's and straight lines and what have you, and you had to put them into a square and make them all fit in a time limit. And then there was arithmetic or maths, where you had to you'd get given a number at the bottom of the screen, say 10, and then different simple equations would turn up, and you have to click on the ones that added up to 10, and then lastly there was a proofreading section, and I'm not a fan of that one. That one didn't do me. That one did me dirty. Not that there was anything wrong with it. It's entirely my fault, but I don't like it. I could get, at least I thought I got most of the spelling errors, but I was maybe getting like 50% of the um 50% of the errors that the computer was telling me was in the thing. So, not a fan. There's a leak trailer for the Red Dead 2 on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X remastered. Uh, I don't know. I think um, I think basically they don't particularly care uh, about that one. They're not. They don't really care that much about the Red Deads and those kind of things. They're more a fan of the GTA's. Like even now, like or back when Red Dead 2 just came out. Like Red Dead Online was meant to be this kind of big thing, and it just kind of disappeared. Yeah, they just went back to supporting Red Dead Online. Yeah, it really has. Like there was talk of I mean, firstly I think there was talk of um like single player DLC for GTA 5. Obviously that didn't happen. There was talk of um single player DLC, I believe, for Red Dead Redemption 2. That obviously hasn't happened either. It's just all on that kind of online, all on the. It's all on that, and it's a bit annoying. Yeah, I mean the only benefit is that there's a possibility that you might not have to buy it on the Xbox, but even then, that's not great. I mean, the fact that there was what I think there was three GTA's on the PlayStation 2 console, and now there's been three consoles on GTA 5. It's kind of a topsy turvy world we live in, at least in terms of Rockstar Games. It's I don't know. I've got it twice as well. I've got it on the Xbox and I've got it on the computer, obviously. I think I've got it twice on the computer actually. I think it was free one time for the Epic Game Store or something. So I've got it on Steam and I've got it on Epic Games as well. But it is just like they're really milking it dry, that one. Oh yeah? I mean, Epic Games has had a history of just doing a lot of free giveaways, but um GOG has also been getting into it too as well. Sniper Ghost Warriors Contracts it's a fine game. I got it through a Humble Bundle a while ago, and I was playing it earlier in the year. It's fine. It's nothing particularly exciting. It's not particularly. It's definitely a double A game, not a triple A game. Like, as long as you've got that idea going into it, I think you'll probably enjoy it a lot more because it is quite rough around the edges and maybe not as well resolved as one would like. But ultimately, I'm sure it's fine enough for what most people are looking for. That studio seems to kind of do a lot of double A games, and specifically, I think they only do sniper games. I think it was on Game Pass for a little bit, GTA 5, but I might be wrong. I mean, they'd probably have to pay a lot of money for that, and it would be a while, I would imagine, down the track. But particularly if they're talking about getting pretty aggressive, from what I remember reading, um, on like monetization and stuff for GTA 6 online or whatever. So in that scenario, I could see it being that it is on Game Pass just because they're not earning the money from the purchase of the game. They're earning it from, you know, you buying V-Bucks or whatever it was called. Shark cards for GTA Online. Ultimately, I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of interested in GTA 6, but we'll see. I still think GTA 4 is probably my favorite GTA. Speaking of which, let's launch the game. Oh, hold on, let me just minimize that. Oh, what we'll do, we'll wait for the ads, and then we'll launch the game so we can get an hour uninterrupted. Forza Horizon 6. I should also. So in October, hold on, I'll open up a browser just to double check it. But in October, specifically in, I believe, like the 10th, if I remember correctly, is the Bathurst 1000. Yeah, the 10th to the 13th of October, if you can see past the flashbangs. So if anyone's counting, it's in 40 days. Um, I wanted to do something in Forza Motorsport and basically go around the mountain. I did it like I think 2 years ago. I did a couple of laps on the mountain, but I want to try and do it again. And I don't know, is Mount Panorama in the new Motorsport? Are your parents big V8 supercar heads? Go away. Doesn't look like it. It looks like it's only in Forza Motorsport 7. Huh? Blue Mountains Raceway. Oh, in the beginning. Okay, that's fine. Um, like just driving around it in real life, it is pretty interesting. It really gives you an idea of how narrow it is. Um, I don't have a photo of it. Well, what we can do actually, we can probably just drive around it actually, because it is weirdly enough, Bathurst or Mount Panorama is just a suburb, basically. Now, where are you, Mount Panorama? Here's Bathurst. Bathurst Golf Club, Mount Panorama. Yeah, I saw that. It's a shame that they didn't kind of celebrate anyone other than Stan Lee, but that's kind of their their poster boy, isn't it? Stan. Don't care about that. Sorry. I'm sure that it's a good place to stay. Where does it start? The starting line is here, right? This doesn't seem right at all. Where are we? I mean, kind of GeoGuessr. I'm just trying to find this. Okay, yeah, I see. We're going the wrong way. Here's the starting grid over here, and then we shoot up here. But I wanted to point out. Hold on, was that something pulled over? No, I saw a white Commodore and I was like, cop car? Because 9 times out of 10, it's a cop car. But nowadays, the BMW 5 Series is. That's the Australian or the New South Wales cop car, at least. But yeah, this is just someone's, like, they've got their bins out for collection. This is just a street. I mean, they do get a lot of cops around these parts because people do want to send it on here because it is a racetrack. So it's not uncommon for people to get fined. Because I think the top speed, like the actual speed limit, is 60. I think it might even be less than that. It might even be 40. Oh yeah, I mean, you're probably not the only ones. Yeah, the speed limit is 60. But as you said, almost no one does that. But it was up here, like this section here. Can I expand that? This section here gets really tight. And you don't quite appreciate that, at least on TV or whatever, when you're just watching it, until you actually drive on it yourself and you're like, damn, this is actually really tight. And my car, as you know, Hyundai Accent driver here, not a huge car. But even then, it still felt a bit tight. And I was doing the speed limit because I'm a good fox. It's, I don't know if it's the smallest corner. It feels very tight though. I mean, I think over here. So if we go, we've pretty much, we're on our way to the, the peak of the mountain. A couple of locals out for a walk. This is like the top of the mountain. And you start going down the other side around here. So when I went here last year, I pulled over just up here. Just over here, I pulled over and I took a photo of Bathurst, which is out that way. But over here, it gets tight again. Like it seems to broaden up at the top of the mountain, but then it really tightens up around here. And you've got this complex corner here where you're going down and you have to go right and then almost immediately left. That's pretty narrow. And then once you get around this corner, you're on the home straight basically, and it widens up again. Then you're going down this road here. Yeah, 45 kilometers an hour. If you're, obeying the posted sign, obeying the posted speed. Yeah, the turns are really narrow, particularly at the top of the mountain, like those chicanes and stuff. I don't know. I would imagine not, because I think um, it's probably quite a good road in terms of like how the quality of it and stuff. Um, and it's also quite a controlled environment. I think they'd want you to do it somewhere where there's a bit more traffic around and stuff like that. So there's a little bit more kind of unpredictability. I think that's something that they'd probably want you to be able to show competency with. No, I haven't. Haven't read the book either. It just didn't. It's not something that I feel like would. I don't mind the idea of like a, cyber VR punk world or whatever, but I'm not super taken by it either. Did you enjoy it, the Ready Player One, or has anyone else seen Ready Player One? M Sport versus AMG. I wonder which one Shadow went for. A mystery we will never know the answer to. Yeah? I mean, basically, yeah. That's kind of a little bit of clickbait, basically. I think the AMGs are generally a bit more high performance, at least in this game. Like the PI's higher. So I think I need to, if I want to do anything to them, I think it needs to be a BMW, like maybe this M5. Excuse me, get the Bangle M5 out, maybe.
Welcome back, comrade.
Thanks for having me, Anna. Old reliable. Yeah, we have used it once. We could also break out the M2008. I mean, I don't have an option, so we're safe on that front. I couldn't use the indicator even if I wanted to. Or we could do the original. Like, let's go way back in the time. Break out the 1991 M3. Let's do it. Oh, hell yeah. I mean, first in the trial is a huge achievement. First in the trial is a huge achievement because people are playing for sheep stations on there. It gets rough. Oh, that is a body kit. I wasn't sure. Is that the Jordan one? Yeah, that's a little bit wider than I would like. I haven't looked into the Jordan at all. V8 or straight 6? I think it's... I mean, it's an M class. It has to be the V6, right? If it was an AMG, it'd have to be a V8, but this is the M Sport, so V6 or straight 6 it is. We're gonna keep it rear-wheel drive. These wheels, I mean, they're of the time, right? Actually, they're not really. They're kind of a bit before that. They're harking back to older wheels with the wire spokes. Oh yeah, the old V12 with like a literal 1,000 Newton meters of torque. I mean, speaking of BBS rims, Because I was looking for something that emulated the style of those rims, kind of modernize them, while still keeping the same aesthetic. Actually, that's probably better. That's a bit more. It's more like lines going all over the place with this one. Unfortunately, there isn't a body kit on this one. That isn't a bad idea, though. Let's just call it quits here for a second. And see if we can have a look. Filter for body kits and presets. W. Yeah, the oldest one is like the 2008 M3. At least of the cars that I have. This is weirdly organized, actually. This M3 is the oldest one with a wide body kit, which you can see on this car down here. So it's not super wide. And this is unfortunately, this 850 is unfortunately not an M car. I'm happy with this one because it's kind of... I feel like this is a classic one to get modded, this car. I know one of the now ex-Donut Boys, James Pumphrey, I think had one of these and got it modded. Where they replaced the engine and all this kind of stuff as well. So I kind of feel like it's appropriate to use this car for this. Go 7-speed. I think I've been self-conscious of what gears I choose ever since you mentioned that you use 7 speeds almost exclusively, Shadow. I was like, should I be using a 7-speed now? Or is a 6-speed fine? I'm never sure. The thing is, I don't know. I mean, if you'd asked Year 9 me, which kind of tuning house, if you will, you stand, it would have been RS, the Audi kind of tuning label, like 100%. I think I've mentioned it before. I think where the Audi RS4 from 2005, I want to say. Hold on, I'll bring it up. We're in a car game, we can find it. Back. This one here, 2006. Goals. Love that car. Looks sick. Oh, actually, hold on. Quick sidebar. You reminded me. Smart. Car. So, bear with me. Bear with me. Give me enough room to hang myself. So, Smart, if you don't know, kind of subsidiary of Mercedes, small car maker. They're revamping as a kind of electric car maker. But, oh, we can't really zoom in. But who is this over here? Did you see that? What's this? That's right, baby. If we go down here... Where was it? Somewhere in here. They've got a Fox Assistant. Where was it? Because I bought a new car magazine recently. I buy one bi-monthly or tri-monthly just to kind of see what's available. And this car looks pretty cool as a whole package. I know it's not going to be to some of your tastes, but if you're going to be just driving around, seems cool. But here you go. You have a Fox Avatar Companion. Smart cars have Clippy, and their name is Vulpus Vulpus. I'll have one. Thank you. Thank you, Mercedes. I'll have one. Okay, I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention because it's very important. All right, back to the car. Okay, I just realized I'd done that. Let's try and eke a bit more speed out of this. We eked less speed out. I'd be interested to know what it means by avatar companion. Is it just that there's a fox permanently in like the bottom right of the car's infotainment? Or is it like Clippy where it's like, oh, I can see you're trying to plug in your phone to charge. Let me help you with that. I don't know. But I'm interested. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to be buying one anytime soon. I am on 200 followers. Thank you very much for that on Twitch. But we're not exactly printing money over here at JoHQ. Your boy don't have smart car money. I mean, that's the goal, right? I feel like. To find a forever house, a forever car. Something where you don't have to do anything. You can just kind of chill. I just kind of want to make this a metallic gray. Something kind of like that. Well, I think in your case in particular, where you have put so much time and effort into it, it'll be foolish to kind of sell it unless you're, you know, moving on to bigger and better things. I want to kind of lean... I feel like I've seen these as a bronze color, these rims. Maybe a brass? That's the SL, if I'm correct. So I want to actually try and take this a little bit seriously today with the vinyl. And make this a kind of semi-bitching M car. V12 baby. I don't know if it wasn't that one. In fact, I'm certain it wasn't that one. But a guy who lived down the road from me used to have an SL. It was the V12 one, but I think it was like a turn of the century version of it. Just want to look at BMW. Principally to try and get like the M Shing. It was the 600, maybe it was that one. I don't know. Okay, well, maybe we'll just do it ourselves. Because it is ultimately just a couple of these. I cannot remember the color now. Hold on. BMW M. Colors. So we've got the official color palette, which is teal, navy blue, red, and white. Maybe we should paint this white, actually. What do they do to the new S class? Oh, come on. I mean, personally, I think it's a real tragedy that all of that stuff just doesn't mean anything anymore. Like, Audi does it as well, where they just kind of assign a number, and because this number is bigger, this is now the performance model. But it's got no relation to the actual displacement or whatever. Ultimately, I think Volkswagen has it most figured out, where it's related to the actual like kilowatt output of the car. So then it's easily obvious which is the air quotes better car. Yeah, I mean I've always found that weird. It's like, no, then it's not a thing, is it? It's a 55 AMG. And if that's a problem, well, I'm sorry, but you've made your engine more efficient. You know, it doesn't need to be as large as it used to be. Sorry, your engineers are too good, I guess. Maybe maybe work on that. I don't know. But it does seem very disingenuous to me to call it the 63 when it's like, well, actually, it's not 6.3 liters. I'm hoping to send it up that way on this side, and then go the other way on the other side. Yeah, the compressor models were kind of neat. That was kind of Mercedes' thing, right? We're gonna just supercharge everything. Why? Oh, I don't know. Kind of cool though. Can't deny that. But I think that's going to be a real big kind of issue for a lot of those brands going forward if they want to have an electric car. Why are you calling it a 63, right? Because it's not really a 63. I doubt it's got 63 kilowatts per hour or whatever it is. So why are you naming it a 63? I find it weird that the numbers just don't mean anything. Put that there. I'm a simple fox. I just think it should mean something. Well, it was 65 up until, like... That was the twin-turbo V12, right? Because it was 65 up until, like, the late 2000s, right? And then, they kind of discontinued that. Oh, Jay, I saw something really cool about Chaos Mod. It's that if your vehicle dies to enemies whilst autopilot is active, the game will headlock and obliterate anything. Like, crash kind of thing, or just, like, take revenge for you? Interesting. It's good to know that there's like a dead man switch inside the game. If I can't have my car, no one can. So if we can kind of make these line up, we could then just... I was going to point at the screen. We could then have it go up the side, straight across, and then down the other side. I have been thinking about going, like, bringing it back maybe for, like, I don't know, a special occasion or whatever. And just doing, like, I don't know. Probably not another missions per se, but maybe just, like, having to get from one place to another, or that kind of stuff. I do still want to try and maybe go back to GTA 4, say hello to our boy Nico, and maybe introduce him to the Chaos mod. A tuning wing. I'm not entirely certain I know what you're asking there, Shadow. The trouble with Red Dead Redemption is I actually kind of want to play the story, because I've heard it's pretty good. Oh, I see. Yeah. Does JR Motorsports have its own Skunk Works equivalent? So what's vertical? Vertical is 270. Yeah, maybe. I do think part of the reason... Excuse me. Part of the reason that it worked so well for the Chaos mod was that I didn't actually know what I was doing. I might be wrong on that. I mean, obviously you're the viewers. But I think the fact that I didn't know necessarily, like, okay, I've just got to make it to this part because then this happens, I think was kind of a feature. Maybe not a bug. And I think it worked well. That I couldn't just kind of predict where things were going to suck. Okay, so now we've got that on that side and that on that side. If we come over here... Okay, now we just need these to match up. That's going to be harder than I think. Because this isn't actually aligning with that fully. Now it is. Now this is not as wide as that for some reason. Why not? The same dimensions. Oh, because we're overlapping them. I don't know if that's going to fix it though, because the teal one was it's too short. I mean, it's 0.6 wide, and that is the size of the other one. Right? Yeah, 0.6 wide. Must be the angle. Still 270. 270 is still vertical, and then we've taken it down to 318. And we've done the same over here, so I don't know why that's not working. I'm glad this question wasn't on the quiz today. Maybe we just fake it until we make it. Okay, this one matches up. So it was just the teal one that wasn't working for some reason. Okay, now we just got to do the red one. So something like that. Now we just got to get something on the bonnet, I think. Maybe just like an M logo? Or like a BMW logo or something? CS vents, maybe? Something like that, perhaps? Some exhaust tips? A BMW splat could be nice. So the weekend starts in, for me, about 5 hours time. Well, no, sorry, 3 hours time. What are your plans for the weekend, chat? I'm streaming on Saturday night, but otherwise, I've got church on Sunday night, and that's basically it as far as I know for now. It's just a bit too messy. I think the splat is surprisingly cleaner in terms of the BMW logo. It is. It is. There is a lot of work to just kind of make it just so. But it's not a... Actually, do I need it though? I feel like that is pretty sick as it is. I think I just need to make the car whiter, if not white. To go back to the M colors, which are white, red, blue, and teal. Yeah. I could maybe put like... Instead of that, maybe put like something like this on the side, some logos. Like if I look up sponsor. Not Marlboro. It's not the 90s. Like maybe something like that? I mean, we've all got our foils, right? Our complex backstories. If I go for sponsor 2, unfortunately, what I could do instead, it does kind of fit in the side there. What I was wondering is, instead of having, like, making a pre-prepared one, having a separate one, like having each as a separate logo and then putting them inside of the strakes. I might do that. Just means that we've got to find them individually. Actually, hold on, isn't there a brand logos department? I forgot how lacking the brand logo department was. There's no brand vinyls, are there? I never really go past the suggested stuff. Well, I mean, actually, I know that you'd have a few. It's kind of generally sporty vibe brands. I'm not really, or just like car sponsor brands. I'm not really looking for anyone in particular per se. Just like these kind of things. Create info. Oh, nope. Create hub. I'm not going to report this bean. BB Schrecken. That sounds German. We're going to deploy it. Oh, it doesn't give you the option to put it in straight away. Yeah, we'll get the Dutch in here. No, sorry, that's not Philips. That's Panasonic. Oh, very tempted by Aldi. EMG, just to kind of really throw off the AMG players. Oh, what's EMG? A Cobra? I mean, that is very Australian, but it is ultimately a German car. Hoffman sounds German. Hoffman. An Eispringhausen. Because it looks kind of like the Audi logo. And we'll throw them off as well. It's all about, you know, keeping them guessing. Never letting them know your next move. Ah, I guess that makes sense. They're called what's he springing, because the kind of spring setup is in the seat in a truck. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to recolor this. I feel like if you recolor it, you should be able to share it, maybe? I don't know. I do find it weird that you can't share things that you have made if they have a like someone else's community vinyl group in it. There's got to be like a way to do some sort of revenue share or something. So you could share them if you wanted to. So we can scooch them all a bit closer together. Sorry, DB, you're going to be on the fold. Yeah, 20% of the sales, or whatever it is, or like a flat rate of it. I mean, it's all fake money, right? It's literally got zero value in the real world. You can't even buy it, even if you wanted to. So it's not like V-Bucks or something. You're not like giving away something with an actual value to it. So it could just even be a flat fee of 100 credits for every share. I do wonder if that is actually too messy. Like if it is better without that. Well, that too. Or even if you could just like look at it. I think I may have actually not helped it by doing that. I think it might be better without it. I mean, you could just do something like this. Here. Separate. But then we're going to make the car white. So that's going to be harder to see. And you can't make that black because it blocks out HKS. If we go back in here... Maybe we do get this again? No. No, don't want a Black Rifle Coffee Company, that's for sure. A better tomorrow. I thought that was like Utani, Wayland Utani. Actually, speaking of which. Wayland? Building better worlds. Should get a Wayland Utani logo on the side. As a sponsor, of course. Oh, absolutely. Like last Forza stream. Actually, this should be black because we'll be making it white. What's another evil or another fictional corporation? I mean, there's Monarch Solutions from Quantum Break, but I don't think that's going to turn up. That's pretty niche, yeah. Wayland Utani, Skynet? Something like that? No, because that's not the Skynet logo. That's Cyberdyne, actually, isn't it? We'd want something like that, and I'll recolor it to be black. Like, last stream for when we were doing Horizon 5, I was experimenting with the idea of adding a waifu to it, to the car. And there's no way in hell that people modeled that, the stuff that we found, like, just with sheer pure talent. Not to say that they couldn't, but just the amount of time that it would require to, like, model this. Yeah, doubt that ever happened. What? Oh, like Chun-Li from our Chinese car? There is Rusty's, but that's not quite what we want. Scotland! I'm just going back through the previous stuff to see if there's any other brands. Hugo Boss. A subtle Nazi reference. Because for those who don't know, Hugo Boss designed the uniforms of the Nazi military machine. Pretty cool fun fact to break out at parties or Twitch streams. See, now it's just like a little secret for us. Sponsored by some evil corporations down here. I'll have a quick look and see if Ultratech is around. Nope. Oh, come on. I press back. Ultratech. I have once or twice before, but it is uncommon. But sometimes I do lock in, as the kids say. But it is not common. I mean, partly because it doesn't really make great content, I don't think. Oh, I missed Cyberdyne. I mean, it's just me kind of moving things around. And you gotta do things properly, right? Sometimes. Sometimes you gotta make memes out of them. Put Fox McCloud and Crystal the Fox ripping a fat bong rip on the side of your car. And sometimes you gotta make it a tasteful homage to the M performance house. It's truly the duality of man. X-Class, baby! For me, it's a weird one. I think it's vacuuming. I don't do it as much as that statement would suggest, but I've got one of those stick vacuums, and the way the head's attached, it does kind of feel like you're driving a little car around. I was just about to say it's a dud. Nope. Very much a live grenade. Good job on pulling the pin. I mean, that does look pretty bitchin'. It does kind of fall apart at the back a bit, but I am not fussed. It does look it looks the business. Hold on a second. There's a white gap there, but more importantly, the reds are not the same red. Let me just get this fixed up. Hold on, chap, we gotta lock in for a little bit longer. Gotta take the vinyls off and put on the new red ones. Let that load in the background, that image. Yeah, that's what might happen. I'm not gonna say it will happen, but it might happen later. If you're good. I will treat you to some gameplay. I think it's that one? That was the... Okay, it's that one. And we also need to move you... Actually, we need to move the other one. This one. This way a bit. And this one... This way a bit. So I'm just gonna make this one... Come back this way. Oh. And back this way. Be a little bit wider. So it works. Okay. Now we just change the color of this one. Okay, it all looks right now. While I'm here, I should fix up these little other things. Do it properly. Do it once, do it right, right? He says after coming back in once already to the body shop. Okay, so that's the square we have. If we just slide it across like that. Gonna rotate it so it fits in here real nice like. Wrong way. Rotate this way then. Lovely jubbly. And I want to try and fix this up at the back. It's like, I feel like these kind of diagonal, like the colors are the M series, the M Sports colors. This is the BMW like official colors for this kind of performance brand. And the reason I'm getting so particular about it, I don't actually know. I think I just kind of wanted to have it done properly, that's all. There's nothing especially... It's not like I had this car on a poster in my bedroom when I was younger or whatever. And I think Shadow's right there as well. Where it's like, oh, I just gotta get it right. Because it isn't just so. So it needs to change a bit so it is just so. Okay, that's gonna do nicely. Yeah. It's part of the reason why I don't know if I'd ever be able to design my own house. Because I think I'd just be very aware of all the things that I did wrong, because I did them. Whereas I think if someone else designed your house, or, you know, whatever, I could maybe be oblivious to them. Well, the engine sounds lovely. It does oversteer a little. I do kind of want it to be stance nationed. Wait, I should have taken the anti-roll bars the other way. Okay. And we need that top end for the second one. Yeah, maybe I need to read this each time. Increasing wrist stiffness, decreasing wrist stiffness reduces oversteer. Actually, I took it the wrong way. What if I did that instead? Okay, still oversteering. I mean, it's not uncomfortable oversteer though, it is quite controllable. Let's just get in it. Let's just get this gameplay going on. That's enough gameplay edging for one string. Let's do it. We'll use this 2 minutes to get acquainted with the car. behind this tree, maybe. Nope. This car would do well in the PR stunts. Or is it that you need a BMW M Sport for the PR stunts? Super Saloons A-Class. I mean, I guess this is strictly a saloon, but it's a coupe. It's got 2 doors. But in spirit, it's a super saloon. I will grant you that. And it does look good. I know it was maybe a little bit of a bore chat, but I think it was time well spent. One thing that was interesting about the dentist yesterday, and something my mother pointed out to me at dinner last night. The dentist, it's almost like the opposite of a mechanic. The dentist took a photo of my tooth to be like, hey look, see this here? That's the tooth decay I'm talking about. I wouldn't know tooth decay if it ran me over in a car. But it seems very clear that the dentist is quite keen to prove to you that no, I'm not just, you know, doing this work for no reason. Which I found kind of weird, looking back at it now. I didn't get anything to take home, but they've got like a TV screen next to you on your reclined chair, and it just basically they throw up an image of the tooth and like, oh, see, look here, that's the decay. Gotta get rid of that. And it's weird because it's not something any other profession does really. At least none that I've encountered. Certainly not in the medical profession, feel the need to be just like, hey, this is the thing. We need to get rid of it. Look at all these basic bitches. Oh, I spoke too soon. The guy on the right's looking pretty sick. Not as cool as me, obviously, but, you know. Oh, I just noticed. Kind of a angled colour in the car. I must have mentioned it before, but last year when I did actually have to get that cavity kind of firstly drilled into and then filled up, the quality of the anesthetic that the dentist provided was astonishing. Oh yeah, they always have that going on. At least my dentist does. They've always got that thing stuck in there. Rob, really? Yeah, go for it, man. Nice cornering. Nothing really gets stuck on it. I think the real thing that I don't like about, I guess that and just having my mouth open for such a long time is it gets really dry. So I'll often, like, when they're, you know, reloading or whatever, or changing the tool, I often will just have to, like, try and lubricate my mouth again. Because it's not that I'm trying to do anything. Like, I'm not eating currently, so it's not a huge issue that it is dry, but it's just not comfortable. No, ads right in the middle of the gameplay. I mean, they've got to be used to that right there. They know how to speak dental patient. As my brother kind of pointed out yesterday, I don't know how true it is, but it sounds right. A dentist doesn't actually hasn't taken the Hippocratic Oath. Wow, everyone left. That's not great. Including first place. Oh, Gym Rat's probably going to leave too after that. Oh, Jow, that was close. So in Australia, for healthcare, we've got a kind of split system where you've got public hospitals and stuff like that, and then you've also got a private health insurance system as well. And they kind of share the load in weird and complicated ways. And for whatever reason, dental is not in the public system. Dental is in the private system. Luckily, I have private health insurance, which is not cheap, but it does pay off in times like this. But if I didn't, like, the dentist yesterday cost me $400 and something. I got like 200 and something of that back, so I think I only had to pay 100 and something. But it is a lot of money. I do wonder if part of the reason they take the photo is to kind of, just thinking about it now, just do the upcharge kind of thing. Because it's another service they provided. I mean, I'm just pleased that I don't have to get anything else drilled out or whatever. Because between you, me, and the gatepost, I've been terrible at dental hygiene for a long time. For a while, I'm getting better at it, but for a while I would not clean my teeth in the morning. Because I didn't feel like I had time. Interesting. I would have thought that would only ruin your child teeth. Your kid teeth, whatever you want to call them. I do want to know what material they use to make the fillings out of, though. Well, that probably doesn't help either. Because it seems to be some sort of UV reactive plaster. Because they put it in and then they blast it with some sort of light. And that seems to, like, cure it in some way. Sure, man, you go for third. It's your turn. Dental Allen-git. Is that really what it is? Or is that just kind of a... Because I've never heard of Allen-git. Alginate? Alginate? Alginate sounds familiar now that I say it out loud. But I don't think I've ever read it. Looks like what's-his-face may have left. Me versus the world, chat. Possibly. Might be Jim Rat as well. Oh, he is. Why was he not on the podium? Did he get stage fright? He's a bit of a violent driver. I did not expect to be overtaking a BMW 8 Series. In what is effectively an old jalopy in comparison. But this straight six is doing God's work out here. Keegan's in first place, unfortunately. They've switched her AI to super sport mode. And they've got all of these AI in super sports mode, to be honest. Particularly hard to catch up to. Damn it, it was going to come back to get me. But I had to try and catch up. Yeah, it really is. Particularly when the flags themselves are not particularly, like, rigid in their, like, hitboxes. It feels like you can often not hit them. So then you kind of... Who are you? How did you get in there? Then you can often, like, extend the hitbox even further than it is. Because it's already janky, so you forget just how janky it is. Okay, we're gonna have to do it again. Take this one from the top. There's Tegan. Dancing it up. Run it back. Take it from the top. Reset. mean, that would really slow down the process, though, I guess. Let's sit up straight. So, no! My avatar's not just, like, looking off into the ceiling. He's questioning his creator. It was super hot today, by the way. For August, it was incredibly hot. It was 30 degrees today. I think it's our first fire warning of the season. It was bushfire risk weather because it was hot, it was dry, and it was windy. And it's August. Makes me worried what summer's going to be like if it's already 30 degrees in what's supposedly air quotes winter. Not quite, because I got a ceiling fan installed on Tuesday, so that's been on all day, and it has really helped just to have that kind of cool breeze above me. But coming up, I think it will be. Luckily, I have an air conditioner in the other room, so I can turn that on. It's just not in the computer/bedroom. So, and I think that's. Personally, I think that's where it needs to be. Because it's more useful in here rather than next door over there. But ultimately, I'm just glad to have it. Right, this time we're going to do our sponsors proud. Wayland Yutani will be proud of us. Actually, I should have had a look for the Stegerson Corporation, the people who own Sevastopol Station. A smaller conglomerate in the Alien universe from Alien Isolation. Look at you getting up at 7 AM. I mean, it's probably because of doing this. In fact, I'm certain it's because of doing this. But I have become very much a night owl. Oh, excuse me. Now, I much prefer to lie in, but I'm also conscious of wasting time. Ah, damn it! I'm getting beaten up by the little T's back here. What I've done to my boys' bumper. I mean, that's a no small part why the stream still looks like this. I've got aspirations to do things, but I just never find the time/motivation to actually do them. Yeah, quite. Or just as likely something else comes up. It is either A, more interesting, more immediate, B, more immediate, or C, more important. We're doing alright despite getting beaten up for our lunch money in the beginning by Tegan and Tristan. Yeah, I mean, that's an impressive amount of work being put into that. I'm really not super stoked about going back to work on Tuesday. Like, I appreciate you have to work, you know, that's just how life is. But, I'm not a fan of like what I do necessarily, which is why I'm looking for a new job, obviously. But also, I would really like to work from home a couple of days a week, or on a more permanent basis, even. Because then I feel like you can do a lot more when you're working from home. Not in terms of like productivity for the boss man necessarily, but in terms of just like stuff for you. Like you can go to the gym in the lunch break kind of thing. You can do XYZ. I think a lot of people are. And then at the same time, almost every boss is seemingly trying to get everyone into the office again. It's exhausting just thinking about it. I'll probably have to look for another set of jobs, like have a look through the classifieds, whatever you want to call them, this weekend, just to keep the hunt going. Well, then that really would be remote work, because I'm not commuting to that office. Lovely cornering, lads. I'm sorry to report Shadow Tegan is in first place. That is definitely one thing that I'm not sure I appreciate as much now that I'm just kind of forced to be in the office. The lack of just people around you if you're working from home. Particularly for me as someone who lives entirely on their own. See you later. Hey, Tegan's in 3rd place. Get Shrek, idiot. Look, I wouldn't say no to a pub feed necessarily. I mentioned on the Monday stream the really nice chips that I had at a place coming back down the mountains from the break. And they were really nice. And it was just a burger, chicken burger and some chips. But in that case, they were too flavorful, which is a weird thing to think about. Like they were too seasoned, so that when I had eaten the burger and I had the chips left over, and when I was just eating the chips, it was just a bit much to just eat the chips. But if you were eating them as you were eating the burger, it was kind of fine. Hot hatch and hot and super hot hatch all-wheel drive. High performance dailies, and then stunts, and we've got two event labs. Which one's closest? This one is. Let's go have a look.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
What is gammon? Is that fish? Ham. Oh, okay. Ham, pineapple, peas, and chips. Interesting. I mean, the peas, chips, and ham is reasonable enough, particularly if you're English, but the pineapple is an interesting addition. Is that a common thing, or is that a shadow thing? Not that I dislike that. I'm a big fan of having sweet things in one's pizzas, fish and chips, whatever you call it. Interesting. You'd have the carvey for a roast. What is the carvey? Sounds like it might be the equivalent of like a sports club or a workers club in Australia, maybe?
In 400 meters, turn right. Turn right.
Oh, interesting.
In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination. Arrived at your destination.
Thank you, Anna. Off-road, and none of these have off-road tires. Okay, quick sojourn to the nearest garage. And there's none particularly close, so we're just going to teleport. Oh, I've never seen that before. That's new. Okay. It was a Volkswagen R. one of these. It was this one. Or this one. Just use this one. Let's make sure we don't have the race suspension on it. Rally suspension. Rally tires. Good to go. This will almost certainly be a disaster. But I haven't driven this car in eons, at least. Stonehouserestaurants.co.uk. Carvery. That is I just saw your livery for the Ice Springhausen. Because it was loading in the background before and I forgot about it. That does look the business. Manage cookies, save settings. Only the essentials, please. Sunday Carvery. I mean, the image at the top does look pretty nice. That is a fine selection of goods. That's pretty good. The burger I had, I think bone stock, because I had to add a gluten-free bun on it, of course, was like $26 Australian, maybe even $30 Australian, I can't remember, which is a lot of money. That's like an hour's worth of labor. I mean, probably more. Get out of it, Shadow. This is taking a lot of concentration. Just the lemonade, nothing super exciting. But the lemonade itself was $6? And it wasn't from like a tap or anything, right? It was just from a can. No, 100%. Lemonade, or if you're feeling particularly classy, lemon bitters. Always a good shout. It's no everything. I don't think we've got J20 down here. I mean, I'll concede I'm not up to. I'm maybe not the most up to date on the goings on in the fruit juice industry, but I do not think I've encountered J20 juice. Oh, pineapple juice is lovely. So I think, out of all the juices, I think a tropical, you know, like passion fruit, pineapple, orange, mandarin, the works kind of thing, I think that's also pretty good. out of the two classics, orange or an apple juice, I'm definitely an orange man than an apple. I never particularly liked apple juice. I'm not entirely certain why. Oh, yeah, actually, I've had pear juice on its own, I think. I don't know if I've had apple and pear, but I think I can get behind that. I have had pear cider, at least once, maybe more than that, but I didn't mind it. Blueberry and raspberry juice. Ocean Spray's cranberries primarily, isn't it? Isn't that their kind of big thing that they're known for? Cranberry? I think it's someone else. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of the right people. We're gonna have to have a look at the diff situation as well, this kind of thing. Because there's a non-zero chance I just forgot to put one on. There's also a non-zero chance I'm just reaching for things and I'm just not good at driving this car. Both plausible. Got a fat 20. 20 points. What the hell? Let's send it as a gift. Someone's going to lose their mind over that, probably. Enjoy, comrade.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
I'd love to see an indie dev make a communist version of the Horizon games. I think that'd be fantastic. It'll be very different in many ways, but I think it'll be very funny. And ultimately, isn't that what we're looking for in life? Obviously, it'll be a lot of larders and stuff like that, and Trabants. But it wouldn't be. I don't really know if maybe the Germans, the East Germans did, but I don't think the Soviets ever made like a sports car. Not in any meaningful way, I don't think. I might be wrong though. Yeah, they just did boxy saloons, I think, or at least that's what they gave to the people. I don't know if there was a special, like, cream of the crop for the Politburo or something. I'm not sure. Okay, let's see if the Rally diff does anything. Well, I know they're still being sold, but I imagine the post-Ukraine war sanctions really is dampening any efforts to get them out of Russia. Aside from the fact they're not especially great cars. That's probably not ideal racing camera. Yeah, I remember I saw a British car YouTuber review the Niven, and it was just such a busted car. Like, it had a tiny engine, the spare wheels in the front, like under the bonnet, next to the engine. The pedals do not align with the steering wheel, so you have to sit at an angle. And there's something else, particularly like, what is going on here? But I can't remember off the top of my head. But it was clearly not a car that was designed with an enormous amount of, like, comfort in mind. Probably an alternate universe somewhere where instead of building boxy saloons, the Soviets really, for some reason, got behind building, at least in like the urban areas, lots of like BMW i7s and that kind of stuff. Like really just small cars to get people from A to B. Takes a little bit to get going, but you can, I guess you can maintain your speed a lot better than everyone else, and that's why you can just kind of overtake them. I was drafting a tweet post, whatever you call them on the different social medias, before I came onto stream. Because, as you may have seen, I've hit 200 followers on this here website we call twitch.tv/CommanderJown, which is kind of enormous. I mean, I know it's not like the largest number. There are bigger ones, like 201, for example, is a bigger number. I mean, I know that by a lot of measures it's taken a long time to get here.
Turn right.
But it's kind of crazy that there's 200. Ah, yes, you mentioned that before. Let me write that down before I forget again, because apparently I'm in the habit of doing that. YouTube link busted. Twitch. Priority number 1. Okay. Thank you for reminding me about that. But it is still wild, even if it's not like as big as other people's numbers, that there are 200 people in the world who have seen this, me and this Fox and the content on this channel and gone like, yeah, I'll drop a follow. Hey, Wrench. How you doing? I'm just waxing lyrically about hitting 200 followers. Well, I mean, I've clearly hit the nail on the head when it comes to that that shadow vibe, because you've been here for a while at this point. What do you mean you spotted me in a video, Wrench? Did you find me from, like, TikTok or something? No, and I'm pleased with that. Oh, okay. Well, I'll have a look at it. But it is crazy to think that there's 200 people who are like, yeah. In the starting, I was there. Well, hopefully it was a good video. It wasn't like an investigation into war crimes or something. Because then I'd have to say, I will speak to my lawyers. The strongest 6th Rangers. Is this a Power Ranger thing? Am I part of the Power Rangers? That would have been 4-year-old me's dream to be part of the Power Rangers. Specifically, there was a Power Rangers in the late 90s, I think, where they all drove different cars for some reason. For some reason, as you may be aware, Power Rangers are often themed after things. There's a ninja one, there's a police one. This one, though, this one was cars, or motor vehicles more generally, I think. And quite cunningly, they had a... because all the Power Rangers are often young adults, but the blue one in particular was a kid not in Power Ranger suit, but then somehow transformed into an adult in Power Ranger suit. Wasn't really explained. Also, I was 4, so I didn't really care. But I think that really helped me kind of go, damn, I want to be a Power Ranger. And I could be a Power Ranger. Because that kid's a Power Ranger, why can't I be a Power Ranger? This is, yes, it's a Golf R. It had to be a super hatch all-wheel drive, and, well, the Golf R qualifies. And it was already somewhat pimped. So, we slapped some off-road tyres on it, jacked it up. Nah, all-wheel drive. 4-core. This bad boy's got that 4-motion goodness. I've mentioned it before, but I would really be down for, I don't know if I'm still as down for it, but the Volkswagen Golf R wagon, I think specifically the 7.5 mark, would be absolute goals. It's the perfect amount of practicality. You know, it's a station wagon or an estate. It doesn't need... It's got, like, enough power that I wouldn't feel like I was wasting it. I do really like the R32 just because of the VR engine in it. That's a very cool engine. It was a lap one, so it wasn't a sprint. I don't know if they show a percentage left for circuits. Now, what game did we play recently that showed a percentage for circuits? Oh, Test Drive Unlimited. Solar Crown. That showed a percentage done for, and remaining for circuits. Thank you. I will get a drink. Let's just minimize that to-do list again. I think I prefer the C-Class estate. I think the E-Class is maybe just a bit too large for me. But I think out of the current Mercedes lineup, at least. Thank you, Wrench. But I'll have you know I am sitting up properly, for once. Out of the current Mercedes lineup, I think something like the A35 or the A45 would be pretty choice. Daily payout. Yeah, I mean, that would be funny. It would be funny to own an R63 100%. Have a V8 powered all-wheel drive station wagon. I mean, that's not out yet, I don't think, the Jordan car. I think that's in the next update, isn't it? We've still got a couple of weeks, basically, until that comes out. Hold on, let's just sell that. Because we're currently in the 3rd week, so we've got to wait. So it's in like 2.5 weeks. Yeah, absolutely. The V60 T8 was very tempting as well, like on paper, because it's a plug-in hybrid as well, which is very cool to me. Because it means you can, in theory, save quite a bit on like petrol and stuff. Particularly if you're just, like me, driving to work daily. And that's not a particularly long commute. Just need to get there quickly. So you can save a lot on petrol that way and then still be able to, you know, drive interstate or whatever if you wanted to.
400 meters.
Some chitter cheddar.
Turn left.
It doesn't really have a smooth climb up the tachometer, does it? It kind of vibrates up its way up rather than following it up smoothly. I don't know how I get that car. There are 2 very good lanes either side, one on either side, that could have accommodated my car, but I thought, I'm gonna plow right into this car and just annihilate its bones. I'd probably be a hot hatch guy, if I'm honest. But out of the ones listed, probably either old classic or sedan. Particularly if it's sedan includes estate or station wagons. I think that's partly my kind of Audi obsession as a high schooler. That may have kind of brought me to the advanced side of things.
Turn sharp left. Recalculating route.
We do have Tesla, and we have a lot of them too. For whatever reason that they have been, I don't know if they still are, but they were selling like hotcakes.
400 meters. Turn right.
And it's because the Model 3 and the Model Y were probably the cheapest electric cars of that caliber for a very long time. That has changed. There are a lot more options on the market, like Polestar, for example. I do see quite regularly a Polestar, what is it, 2? Is that the sedan one? I see a few of those around the place.
Turn left.
I see quite a lot of the BMW i's, their electric versions. I mean, that's basically not possible at this point. $20,000 US, maybe, but that's basically, as far as I can tell, that'd be like Mazda 3 money, Toyota Corolla money, and there's no way in hell they're going to sell a good car for that money. This is Tesla we're talking about. They can't even make a good car at like $100,000. The i8
Turn left.
was badly treated. I mean, still, that's like literally like 25,000, half the price of their current car at least.
In
I think.
400 meters, turn right.
I just can't see that happening.
Turn right.
I could see them being desperate to do that because I feel like all of the stuff that Elon has done recently has done terrible things for the brand of Tesla.
Turn right. Turn right.
So the normal Model 3 sells for 38,000 American dollars, so about 40,000 American dollars, doesn't it? I think it's about... Actually, I don't know.
You have arrived.
I don't know
at
off the
your
top of the head how
destination.
much a Model 3 costs in Australia. There's a car magazine just 5 meters out there that I could check and find out. But as you noticed, I am still scrolling through this. We could and maybe should do Mercedes. Kind of even things out. Or we could go Volkswagen. And by Volkswagen I meant Volvo. Tough call. Let's start with Volvo. That's the other thing as well. It's never a guarantee that the model you get in every country is the same model. Something I've come to learn. Like, I know that often Australia's, like Mercedes arm, for example, will take the new E-Class, the new E-Class sedan, but it'll make certain things that are optional extras in other countries as standard. Like they'll have the premium audio package in by default, or they won't have the cheapest models because Australian drivers prefer a gruntier engine, or things like that. So that does complicate factors up. I will actually go and check the magazine and see what they're listed for in the back after this. Victory. As I miss the flag. That's a lot of money. 59,000 quid. I actually have never owned a car or really like lived with a car that has a sunroof. I definitely like the idea of them. And I do think the contemporary trend that, I mean, the Tesla Model 3 has of that having well, I guess that's the thing. Are we talking about, is a sunroof the one that opens? And a moonroof is the one where it's just glass? Because I don't think I've ever been in a car with the sunroof open. And like where, you know, you could get rained on kind of thing. I've been in plenty of cars where the sunroof has been exposed and you can see out. I think I like the idea of having a glass roof in some respects, though I'd want to know more about this is going to sound really nerdy, about the thermal loads on it. Because in Australia, particularly in summer, that would be something of particular importance. Especially if you've got a dark leather interior, you are going to have to like pour chilled water in that before you get in there. Because that will fry any exposed skin. One time I parked my car outside of my mother's place, and I forgot to put up my sun reflector. And I I was luckily collecting mail. I've got fabric seats, but obviously the seatbelt is renowned for getting hot, and the steering wheel itself wasn't exactly cold either. So I had to put like envelopes between the seatbelt and my chest to prevent myself from burning. And then I also used another letter to grip the steering wheel with because it was too hot to grip with my hands. Like, there's plenty of cars that have them. Like I said, the Teslas in particular have a lot of glass on their roof. But I do wonder if they're running, like, the air conditioning to keep it cool or something. I don't know. I'm just gonna get that thing. I'll run the ads now, and then we'll come back and talk about how much it costs in Australia. This is a Volvo from Sweden. 3-minute ad. Alright, I'll see you in a bit. I'm going to refill my bottle, go to the bathroom and get a mint, and find this magazine. And we'll come back here in 3 minutes. Alright, break. Alright, I'm back. I've got the magazine. Now, where is it? It costs 59,000 for the base rear-wheel drive model of the Model 3 and 68,000 for the long-range all-wheel drive. That would be them basically making a $40,000 electric car. I don't see that as, like, entirely impossible, but I don't see that as something they're going to do either. think I want to drive the Alfa Romeo next. The Quadrifoglio. The Giulia Quadrifoglio. I didn't change my category. I am a dunce. Dunce of the highest order.
In 100 meters, turn right.
I'm just going to teleport over here and do a little bit of work on this car because I think it's basically bone stock. I think we can do a little bit better than that. Firstly, bigger tires, and a push further out. And a semi-slick. Unload suspension. Better anti-roll. Hopefully with a better gearbox. Why does the 8-speed have better handling than the 7-speed? But this has got the best launch, so we're going with that one. And a race diff. Okay, done. Alrighty. Try and take a bit more advantage of that speed. Get that handling so fine. Get that diff working just so. Oh wait, hold on. Get the tires a little bit deflated. Okay, dokie. Just, I do want to paint it a different color. Go off script. What's orange? Doesn't look terrible. That's more of a golden orange, but that'll do. It reminds me of the Ford Focus XRs and stuff like that. Okie dokie, any second now. That's not too far, we can drive that.
100 meters, turn left. In 400 meters,
I know, we've got these
turn
on-ramps
sharp
for a
left.
reason. Might as well use them. Otherwise it's Mexican taxpayers' money just being wasted. The engine doesn't sound super great. At least in this game. Obviously it's a world of difference in the real world.
Recalculating route.
That car just ceased to exist.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
We'll take it in, but it might be a little bit oversteery. Welcome back. Got the coffee. Got the coffee. Loading the race with the orange Julia portfolio. Ooh, that does sound nice. I mean, hazelnut can really just like improve anything, really. IMHO. It's definitely one of my go-to like gelato flavors. Hazelnut gelato, because it's almost always a banger. Keep looking back there. I don't know why. I need to focus on winning. Sorry. Excuse me. Definitely a bit more involved than Volvo. You have to pay a lot more attention. It might be a little understeer in the corners, but I can't. It's definitely not oversteery like it was before. At least not when the throttle's not down. I mean, I could do that with my car, but the car prep would just be taking all the junk out of it. Like the styrofoam I'm planning on taking to my parents to put in the bin. I don't think I can put it in the bin here at the apartment. Got very strict bin policies. It's annoying. Oh, that kind of prep.
In 100 meters.
Yeah, I'd have to get a separate car. The accent is already a bit noisy on the highway. I can't imagine how much noise it would be if it's stripped out.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Yeah, there's got to be like some sort of, you know, 1993, like my age, 1993 Toyota Corolla has been driven to the moon and back. It barely even has a car radio in it.
In 400 meters, turn right. Turn right.
Yeah, I mean that'd be sick. Getting a weird Citroen. I mean, some of the 2004 C4 or that 2000s era C4 probably getting old enough where they are hardly worth much. But then again, the used car market is also bananas these days as well. Like along with everything else. Alright. Ah! Didn't need that mirror anyway. The only Peugeot that starts with a 1 that I can think of is the 1006, 1007 with the sliding doors. Nice. Always a fan of a hot hatch, and French cars in general are pretty neat because they are normally a little bit funky. Less so these days. Like I feel like they've had a lot of their weirdness kind of sanded off. Check out this 106 GTI. Oh yeah, that one. I mean, it looks very like the 206. I guess they are brothers after all. There's a familial connection. We got the Fiesta. Speaking of hot hatches, let's check out. Oh, speaking of Volvos as well, actually. Awesome. This is probably not going to work either. It must be like a region-specific car. Because I think we had when we played Underground 2, I think we had the 206 or the 306. I can't remember which. We had one of them. Let me guess. You can't find it. Very poggers. Do I want to restart the game? Yeah, I'll give it a shot. And in the meantime, I'll check out what the Underground 2 starter cars were. Underground. Ground. Come on. 2 starter cars. That's close enough. The Puggo. Only available in the PAL release. Yeah. Yeah, we had the 206 when we started. That's right. Yeah. That was very cool. Oh, and of course the Vauxhall Corsa wasn't in the Holden Barina, as it was called down under. And the Honda Civic was only in the NTSC release, but we got that. And we also got the Acura. I saw a Cadillac Escalade, speaking of SUVs, yesterday. Well, not yesterday, this week. Sometime this week, I saw a Cadillac Escalade. In right-hand drive as well. It looked like a fairly recent one, too. It wasn't an old one like you'd see in Underground 2. Okay, let's see if this works now. Nope, it doesn't. Well, that's just peachy.
Welcome back, comrade.
Thanks for having me. I think we're going to go online. The trouble with Underground 2 was that the SUVs were really kind of in their nascent stages. They hadn't quite reached their final form yet. So if you wanted to play with the SUVs, you really couldn't do much. Like, they were really slow. They were slow accelerating, but in theory they could go very fast. The only thing you could really do with them is just pimp them to within an inch of their life. Because you could put so many amps and stuff in the back of those cars. I wouldn't mind having another look at Underground 2. Or even, I should probably go back and play Underground 1. And at some point I do need to still play Most Wanted. Obviously. Because we've done the perimeter ones, on either side. So it would make sense to do the one in the middle. Ideally I'd try and turn off the piss filter, if possible. I know it's very kind of like in vogue at the time to have the piss filter, but I think I prefer not to have the piss filter on Underground on Most Wanted. I don't know why everyone in like that generation of gaming, particularly that early part of that generation of games, was like yellow filters. Or just color filters in general. They were like, this is what the world is crying out for. Filters. Wow, we've got pretty average engine swaps. Yeah. They just went really hard on the color grading. Yeah, it really did. That was a pretty massive L on the part of Most Wanted. I'm gonna get a sport tire and try and get a bit more oomph out of the engine. Well, the sports exhaust sounds better. Well, we can really only get fractionally more oomph out. Just in case you're wondering, I was planning on taking this online. Well, yeah, that's the whole point. Like, it's illegal. It's almost like you want to get caught by the cops. But I guess that was part of the game as well. Like this Most Wanted list where you had bragging rights about your run-ins with the Rozzers. I can see that there's definitely a argument for having the day and night cycle, like they have in the more recent Need for Speed games. But if it's underground racing, I think it should just be nighttime. Like Need for Speed Carbon, like the underground games. Yeah, we need a little bit more oversteer in our lives. Also, as a heads up, chat, it is Father's Day, at least in Australia, on Sunday, so if you need to buy something, make sure you do that before Sunday. Same for me. But I know that there's... Like, I will often have Mother's Day sneak up on me, and there's no worse feeling than letting down your parent. Particularly when it's something as simple as, you know, booking a restaurant or whatever. Ah. Well, that loads. There was a game that I saw a video on and that I picked up the same day. This one. Street. Oh, hold on. Gotta join the lobby first. Street Racing Syndicate. This bad boy right here. I picked it up for $1.70 Australian on Steam. It is pretty average, from what I've heard. Apparently the big ticket item was the fact that it had babes in it. That was its big thing. They're right next to my desk. The 2 copies of Juiced 1. Well, 2 copies, Juiced 1 and Juiced 2. I need to play at some point as well. But I only played the demo of Juiced 1. And that was a long time ago. But I do want to see what, like, people brought to the table to fight off Underground and the Need for Speed franchise. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is a big box copy, so there might actually be an instruction manual in there. Oh yeah, I definitely... I'm not a person who uses their phone in the bathroom. I'm definitely a reader in the bathroom. Magazines are often in there. One Miata to another. Wow, how did I still whiff that corner? Yeah, but it is often nice just to kind of like retreat from the world for half an hour. we've made the classic Dow mistake of focusing too much in handling. At least we look good doing it though. That's half the battle, right? Dress for the job you want, and in this case it's coming first. We're just placing the podium, really. I'd be happy with that. Unless something catastrophic happens there, that's not going to happen. I'm not entirely certain I've actually seen one of these in person. No, I think I have. But they're pretty damn uncommon, aren't they? It's not uncommon to see a 500 at Bath around the place. Yeah, they are. They definitely, I think they're nicer looking than the regular MX-5s. I still think the Fiat 500 is a cool car. It's a very faithful yet modern remaster, basically, of the original Bambino. The Barchetta. Mamma mia, the Barchetta. She's broken. Hello, any Italian viewers. Excuse me. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but I didn't know there was an original 124. You can actually hear the turbo in here. That wasn't the greatest racing line. Kind of driving over the dirt. Yeah, I was worried this might happen. We just don't have the legs. Ferrari V8 does sound very nice. Oh, sorry. I mean, a Ferrari V6 is always going to be a cool addition to a car. Ah! Oh well, yeah, but probably shouldn't have run into the man, huh? Then I could have gotten third. Bagnani and JB Lionheart duking it out for the ultimate championship victory. Feels so good. Oh, that hit the microphone. Sorry if that blows things out. Just checking the old Facebook message. Making sure it's all up to speed. I don't really use Facebook in any way to like share photos or you know, achievements, life events, or anything like that. It's mostly for the Messenger, Facebook Messenger, and Facebook Marketplace. That's basically it. And some meme pages. Go for a Withy. It is very sad to watch Twitter die, kind of like in real time. Oh, so that's a wall. Yeah, I hope so too. Normally pretty conscientious about saying good morning furries to everyone. You can't really set your clock by it, but you can definitely set your calendar by it. Well, hopefully it's nothing major and it's just had something going on. It's definitely something I'm toying with. It's not something that I'm actively like investigating or researching or anything like that. Though I did on Tuesday, I did pick up some a pack of socks, which included Fox socks. at the local Aldi's, which I'm very chuffed about. Why do you ask about the programming socks? Maybe if I'd worn the programming socks during this interview, I may have done slightly better. Or this assessment thing. I may have done slightly better. Oh yeah. Well, if you could throw it in the Discord or whatever, that'd be much appreciated. I'll have a look around. That is an unfortunate title. Or URL. But I will peruse it. Obviously we're going again in B class. I think we go to 370Z. This was pretty good last week, I think. Favorite radio station not used. Are you looking to cop something from this website, Shadow? Some fingerless gloves, perhaps? Taking my color scheme, that MX-5 is in my color scheme. I didn't notice it before. I didn't clock that before. But I did know. Partly also because this car does sound really nice. And it's also germane to the Underground conversation as well, because this was the cover car for Underground 2. Well, its ancestor was. I hadn't thought about that, but you're right. Yeah? Does it have like some really hard to get to places or something? Yeah, that's not fun. The camshaft? I'm gonna say you have to take off the oil pan to get to the crankshaft, but you're not talking about the crankshaft, you're talking about the cam. That is weird. I believe that it shows the gear cut with a manual. We kind of hope he knew which gear. Go for it, Civic. B8, you can do it. I could do it too if I just chose the right damn gear. Who's my best road car? The road class car? A very good question. And one I do not have an answer for off the top of my head, I must confess. Safe to say it's not this one. I think we can safely say that this one is not it. I feel like my character is looking up a lot. Like it's looking over the camera. Unfortunately, I can't check it now either because we're in the middle of something. Okay, so that's behind me, that's over there. And I've got a desk fan going on over here. I actually just need to angle slightly more. There we go. But it is really nice having the ceiling fan because it doesn't get like my hands on the keyboard, but it just gets like the back of my neck. And like it's just a nice little breeze on the back of your neck, and it really helps to kind of take the edge off. And at least with the earphones on, or the headphones, you can barely hear a thing. In fact, you can't hear the thing at all. Whereas you can quite clearly hear that fan. Yeah, I went for a Need for Speed vibe, and luckily some kind individual had already made the modern vinyls from Underground 1 or 2, I can't remember which. I just copied them on top of each other, offset them slightly, and then changed the color of the one underneath. It was a bit of a smash and grab job, but it looks the business. I think it's my like Photoshop and art days coming back, or being applied in that area. I just feel like that's how I remember it being in Underground. It was almost certainly not that way, but I feel like I remember it having that kind of shadow / embossed vibe to it. That must have been real. I guess as long as they've got the font you want already in the game, that wouldn't have been too hard. But if they don't, that would have been rough. Oh, that's rough. At least you can copy it, I guess. Once that car's in a straight line, Whippy just takes off. Oh, you became corporeal just as I was about to enter your ghost. Ah, clever fox. You could have always done the black one with like the white text with a black outline and then the red shadow, so it could work on every car if you wanted. I imagine that would have been particularly difficult in to make that out of the livery editor rather than just adding effects into text in Photoshop. There he comes. Right into the butt. Oh, I didn't get detected as like a collision. Yeah. I mean, that should have been... I mean, ideally, obviously, that should have been detected, and then one of us should have been ghosted, but I guess it probably isn't helped by the fact we're both traveling in the same direction at a roughly equivalent speed. I don't know. But yeah, it wasn't super appreciated. At least it kind of threw me forward. Small blessings, I know, but still. Not dead last. Let's go. Yay, my intro music. In Horizon, you mean? Do rally tires work better on on wet roads than sports tires, for example? Didn't know that. Well, at least we're not dead last anymore. We were for a second there. But Zero Skills is kind of living up to the name. Or their name. Oh, gracious. Turns out Zero Skills is zero manners, actually. Are we sure it's understeer on the Veloster and not just like YOLO steer? But it's kind of not turning. It's all about that power. feel like that's so common. Oh, good stretch. It's so common in online lobbies where you're just like, yo, what do you mean there's a corner there? I'm just gonna send it. And the corner will get out of my way. I mean, there were also, the I-30N was also like 30 PI points just left on the table. Still, they did do better than me. Yeah, what a rookie. That looked like a very hard contact with the ground there. Looks like suspensions collapsed on the left side. I'm actually not sure what the best car in B class I have is. We can pick up that, but that's not going to be great. Let's just get in the Australian... Oh, the MG. How you doing, Jostle Boost? How's the week treated you? We're just doing a little bit of online racing. Getting in our China car. The Chun-Li China car. I looked up China and Chun-Li turned up. I can't remember why the Sydney Olympics is on the front, but as a Sydney sider, I'm going to put it on the front of the car. Oh yeah, and I brake for goth girls. That's an important sign on the back. What sport, sorry? The goth girls? I don't think so. I think they're just normal goth girls. Yes, they might be. Because I think instead I put the PI points into making this rear-wheel drive, but I can't remember for sure. I mean, it is definitely not an original Morris Garage MG. There's no denying that, but this one is a pretty nice looking car, at least. I haven't seen one in the wild either. Yep, and the hatchback as well, the MG3. Plenty of those. I'm on power, baby. I mean, they've got a pretty good warranty in Australia, at least 7 years unlimited kilometers. That's pretty competitive. I think I might, outside of, the only one that's got a better one is Mitsubishi with a 10-year warranty. And I think that's more of a desperation than anything else. Gee, the Celica's a real bully, huh? I also can't remember why we put Senpai on the back. There was probably a reason for it though. It may have been to balance out the eye brake for goth girls, but I'm not sure. Okay, well that was a wise move down. It also should be noted that there's also Jet Li's face on the side of the car. That's the kind of white symbol next to Chun-Li's face. A bit hard to see, but trust me, it's Jet Li. Oh no, Bruce Lee, sorry, Bruce Lee. Yes, there's also Jackie Chan. There's 2 white faces. Unfortunately, there's no like straight where I can just turn off my mind and angle the camera for you. Oh, maybe there is just after this kind of set of corners here. I'll be able to get you a good shot of it. Yes, there is Jackie Chan in front of the Tibetan flag beneath the Taiwan, I love Taiwan and Hong Kong sign. But looking at, if you can see next to Chun-Li, there is in fact Bruce Lee's face. My mistake, Bruce Lee. It's not the greatest depiction of Bruce Lee, I'll be the first to concede that. But he is there, at least in spirit. Providing us with the kung fu motivation that we need. Or karate. I can't remember which he practiced, because I don't know anything about the man. Except that his son was in the original Crow movie. The re-release of which has not gone very well. Like the remake, sorry, of it has not gone well. It's also a related fact. Was it this car? The MG7 from 2024? That doesn't sound quite right. I could see like an older MG getting 0 stars on a safety test, but I feel like they've got their act together pretty well, Jostle. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's all a facade. I don't know. Oh, there's also AliExpress on the side as well. Because unfortunately for China, that is the first thing I think of when I think of them. I don't hate the new MGs. Like, the MG3 is a nice car. The only real beef I have with it is it's got a 4-speed automatic gearbox, which is just not enough gears, frankly. You need to have more than 4. Because you can't... Like, I went away to a wedding to a place up north, Lismore, and I was driving some people back to the airport in the hire car that I got, which was an MG3. And the car was... I was getting looks from the passenger because the car kept revving so high because there was only 4 gears. The MG5 got 0 stars. Wow. Was it 0 stars on a specific test, though, or just overall? If you don't mind me asking. Interesting. That Bronco is not driven by the most corner-happy individual.
I'm on power, baby.
That Lancer has got rocket sense, but it just shoots forward. Oh yeah, I mean, It's clearly basically his first time online. I actually haven't driven it. I didn't buy that DLC, or I haven't yet, at least. Unfortunately, money's a little bit tight in over here at Jow HQ. But I've heard good things about people who have driven it in the game, at least. And it's definitely a very good looking car. I mean, I can definitely see why. I think the only thing I would like would be for it to be a hardtop coupe rather than a convertible, or at least as an option. I think it'd be really cool. I know it'd be almost impossible to do, but it'd be really cool if they like remade the MGB as like a retro mod, even if it was just like a limited production kind of thing. Yeah, I've heard very good reviews of the car. Is that Geely Motors? G-E-E-L-Y, or is that a different consortium that owns MG? Well, look, if Shadow can admit that it's a very good S1 car and he hates the very motor architecture beneath it, I must be doing something right. I mean, as I kind of indicated with the warranty earlier, they have been very aggressive in their approach to kind of getting a foothold in Australia. They've been very keen on their pricing. You know, Jostle, let's be honest, you're not going to convert Shadow in Twitch chat. He's a little bit old-fashioned in his ways in some respects. And in some regards, I do agree with him. Like, there is something nice about the sound of a petrol engine, even if the electric engine almost has everything else for it. It doesn't quite have that soul, for lack of a better term. But I agree with you that they're not that bad. That's the Mercedes-Benz AMG speaking through you. Jostle, my man, this is a losing battle. I appreciate the commitment to the cause. Well, I would never dream of accusing you of Mercedes-Benz custom hand-built engine V8 bias. That's just not me. Why would I make up things about someone else? So this is the last race, I think, for the night. Looks like we might be getting some more contestants, maybe? I mean, we can just spend the time just admiring this car, which I think you can agree screams China. Yeah, basically, peeing into a bushfire. I think I remember why we've got the Sydney Olympics on the front, outside of the fact that I'm a Sydney-sider. It was because I looked up the Olympics, because I also kind of associated the 2008 Olympics with it, with China, and I looked up the Olympics, and I got the Sydney Olympics. Welcome on in to Chinos. How you doing? How's the week been? We do have the EV6 in Australia, and it does look alright. I just, I'm not a huge fan of the bigger cars, to be honest. And unfortunately, a lot of electric cars are on the bigger side. Good to hear, Gina. It's good to hear. Welcome on in. Hey, yeah, I mean, there's reasons why they're so heavy, at least, but they are very big cars, often. There's a great wall. I'm playing with a controller. I tried it with the wheel, and it just didn't feel right. I can't put my finger on it. Like, in a different way to how other games feel. I have not driven it since I unlocked it though, I think. Yeah, that's... I think I would agree with Shadow in that. Aussie Sim Racers? That's a weird... What is making you look for Aussie Sim Racers, Chinos? I can't help you with the sim racing part, but I can help you with the Aussie part. So, 1 out of 2 ain't bad, I guess. I don't think I've ever sim raced. The closest to sim racing I've gotten is like Forza Motorsport. Yeah, Forza Motorsport, I had to pit when I drove around Bathurst that time. So that's pretty much sim racing, right? Well, well, well. What brings you to Sydney? Oh, that's a wall. That's what I get for reading chat. Well, a preemptive welcome to Australia. My condolences in advance for how much everything... Sorry, my apologies in advance for how much everything costs. And also your written English, as far as I can tell, is fantastic. Oh, they're definitely cool cars, Jocelyn. It's just that they're not like... They definitely have a... There's always like a caveat. And that might just be a temporary thing, but there's definitely always a caveat. As I said earlier, I think my favourite cleaning activity is definitely the vacuuming. I'm not entirely certain why. I suspect it's to do with the fact that it feels like I've got a stick vacuum with the wheels on the end. It feels a little bit like driving a little car around the place. Jeff. It feels a little bit like driving a car around the place. Also, it's one where you don't actually have to, like, you know, bend over and reach under things and put on gloves or whatever. Change your clothes into something a bit less, a bit more expendable. We've got it in Australia, yes. Do I have one? No. Personally, no. They do look very cool. I do like them. The new minis do look quite nice. I do like the center bit, the center dash, but they've consolidated it all down to that one piece. It looks good. What the hell? I will do another one, but this time I'll do it at A class. So first I've got to run an ad. Oh, can I snooze ads? Nope. Okay, well we've got to run an ad first, so I might as well do that now. I will see you in 3 minutes. Alright chat, let's do this. Hopefully that's going to run an ad. I pressed the button. There we go. Let's find an A-class car while we wait. We could get in the Bong Rip Alpine, perhaps? That is a choice of car. Oh, there is the Aston Martin DBS though. The Alpine? I mean, the trouble is the DBS sounds so much nicer. Also, I am a little bit biased. I do think the Aston Martin DB9 is possibly the most attractive car ever made. I prefer the DB9 to the DB11. Is that the current one? Yeah, the 11. I'm just going to repaint this car because I think I had my orange tint on when I painted it, and I thought that was a bit more of a British racing green than it actually was. That's better. Or do we go white? Let's leave it as it is, actually. But we do want to change the calipers. It is a very nice car. And you can see why it was kind of stolen by the... What was it? The XK? The Jaguar XK was kind of like a poor man's Aston Martin DB9. Okay, let's take this online. Oh, excuse me. The yawning. Is it the V8 Vantage Shadow? I mean, the real travesty is that it's not a right-hand drive. Oh, the 177. I have mixed feelings about the 177. I don't actually know if I like the look of it or not, to be honest. I think, I don't know. It's a car that I haven't fully made up my mind on yet, and it's been like, it was released like what, 10 years ago? I think I would have made up my mind by now, but I haven't. I picked a Jaguar somehow. So the Jaguar is a cool car. How is it in Australia? It is hot currently. Well, it's cooling off. It's cooled off now because it's midnight. It's currently Saturday. Hello from the weekend. But it is. It was hot. It was 31 degrees Celsius yesterday. At least. Oh, it was at least 30 degrees Celsius, and I think in some parts it was like 31, 32 degrees Celsius, which is, I think, if it was 32, it's the hottest it's ever been. Yeah, Mr. Future Fox. Yeah, sorry guys. How's it going in the past over there? Yeah, I've put the time just down here now. Time and date. So as you can see, it's like 12:04 AM. Well, that's alright, Jocelyn. I hope you have a great day too. And I hope to see you around at some point again in the future.
Bye, have a great time.
I will, Jocelyn, you too. Okay, okay. The Jag is not super great at taking corners. I blame the incredibly small spoiler. Comfort food kind of day, is it? I had a supermarket bought red Thai curry, some frozen vegetables, and some potato gems in the air fryer for dinner, and it was quite nice. But I just couldn't bring myself to cook on Tuesday, so on Wednesday, sorry. So that's what I had. Meat and potato pies. I don't think I've ever heard of potato being in a pie before you've mentioned it. Then again, I've always been more of a sausage roll man than a pie man. They just get a bit too hot for my delicate mouth. Whereas sausage rolls aren't known for kind of containing molten lava as much. I mean, but Nan always made the best stuff, right? It's all that extra love that she seasons it with. Like, my mum makes the best cakes and slices and baked goods, kind of things like that. Sweet baked goods specifically. Sixth place, please. Yeah, the stereotype of always kind of shoveling a bit more onto your plate. Oh, did we finish 3 abreast there in that cutscene? Reballer. I'm sure my grandma was the same. At least for the older cousins. Made afters. That's so English sounding as well. I made a mistake as a young child. Just before my brother was born, so about 2 years after I was born, so in like 95 or so. My parents, having discovered that there were going to be another one of us, decided that they needed a bigger house. So they knocked down the house and were rebuilding it, and we moved in with my mum's parents. Not that I can remember this really, for obvious reasons. And I wanted custard one day. And my grandmother, being the farmer, market garden farmer wife that she was, made it herself because that's what she did, and I didn't want it. I wanted the store-bought stuff. Oops. And again, what can you do? I was 2. Sorry, Nan. Fussy Fox, even then. I've gotten better, but there's still some things that will not touch these lips. Cucumber? No thank you, sir. I will tolerate it if it's in like a salsa, as long as it's not like the primary ingredient. But I've never liked cucumber. I will not have like cucumber slices on, you know, a Subway sub or a salad. I'm not as bad as, like, my roommate, a friend through church. It's not, like, intentionally this way, but, it's just kind of coincidental, I think. He doesn't eat orange foods, really. He doesn't like sweet potato, doesn't like pumpkin, and he's not a fan of oranges or mandarins either. Oh, and carrot. Doesn't like carrot either. And I don't think it's because of the colour of it. I haven't asked him, but that's my guess. This is an absolute disaster. But yes, cucumber is my least favourite food, I think, currently. At least that I can think of off the top of my head. I'm better at mushrooms. I won't eat a mushroom on its own. I don't think I'd have a roast mushroom, for example, or I don't think I'd have them raw, necessarily, but I'll do them on a pizza. Let's go. Okay, very particular about your beans. What makes the Heinz beans better? Is it like a better tomato thing that they're sitting in? Just a better quality bean? Fair enough. How that corner being that tight? There's some meat hopefully. Gotta be Heinz. I mean, it has to be Heinz. Is that the Heinz slogan? If not, why not? It's alliterative. It gets the message across. Okay, well that checks out, no wonder. Some guy at marketing had already had my idea. I'm gonna get bullied so hard I can't see what's happening. I got shafted there. Alright, well let's just have some fun with this last time. Interesting. Well, over here is a kid. I didn't have a choice. I think they're one of the few things that we would always make a point of getting, like, the name brand stuff was like the chocolate and the cereal, at least the stuff that I remember. But otherwise, a lot of the stuff was no name, no frills, whatever it was called. I mean, I don't know. I can't say. Sorry, Shadow. I heart Skibbity Toilet. Well, good on you, sir. That said, I think, like, no-name stuff has really come a long way. At least in Australia it has. I mean, principally because... I mean, no-name is just name brand stuff 9 times out of 10. Just in a different packet. I hate how it does the transparent button. guess we're going off-road now.
I'm on power, baby.
Why is there Biff? Oh, cool, we got a jackass. Rad. How dare you? I mean, I don't know what Aldi in England is like, but Aldi in Australia is pretty choice. Because, like, all of, for example, the chips, they're all the same as every other brand chips, basically. Because they're made at the same place. I would actually argue that the Aldi chocolate in Australia is the best chocolate I've had from a supermarket. Crisps, sorry, crisps, yes. No, unfortunately Aldi does not have, like, in Australia, doesn't have a set up deep fryer or whatever, just cooking up hot chips. That would be pretty baller. Yeah, we do got chippies. We got two types of chippies over here. We got the fish and chippies, and we got the chicken and chippies. So you can either get, you know, a deep fried fish or crumbed fish or whatever it is, and new chips, or you can get a barbecue chicken slice or, you know, burger or whatever with new chips. The world is your oyster. I would probably say 9 times out of 10 the chicken chips might be better because of the chicken salt that they put on it. Wow. Actually, there's a place near where I work. I don't know if it's still... I think it is still strictly a chippy, but it's also a Thai restaurant too, so it's similar to that. Yeah, this time I'm going to do... This is for real the last championship, but this time I'm actually going to use the DBS rather than pretend to use it and actually use a Jaguar. I don't know. Where would the local... I don't think there is a kebab shop too close to me, actually. There must be one at the shopping centre up the road, but I can't say if that's the case. Wait. GT and... Super GT. There you are. A jumbo sausage and chips. I don't think I've ever even considered having a sausage and chips. I think it's pretty irregular for people to offer vinegar, unfortunately. I don't think it works quite as well as it does on the crisps. The packet chips. Vinegar. Salt and vinegar, that is. Interesting. I mean, then again, that might be the case in Australia too. I haven't been to a fish and chip shop in a year, and even then I can't remember if I actually ordered in person or asked someone to order for me. I don't know if I've ordered at a fish and chip shop for a very long time. That definitely sounds better. We need to get the James Bond DLC in Horizon 5 only to try and get like the James Bond theme song into Horizon 5, so I can have it playing right now as I chase down the villains in their Toyota Supra. I think that was so long ago. I mean, it wasn't recent. I feel like there was maybe a little bit more substantial, but maybe I'm wrong. I also didn't quite pay as much attention to the Horizon 4 kind of news cycle as I do with the Horizon 5 one, because it is what I do basically every Friday night. So I'm much more aware of kind of the goings-on.
I'm more power, baby.
Yeah, because that one had the DB10, for example, which is a fascinating car. Like, it's so weird that they made the DB10 a one-off. I also find it weird now that I think about it that there's no DB8 either. Or at least not one that really had much of an impact. It's DB7 and then DB9. And then DB5 before that, but a couple of years before that. The Citroen 2CV! I just realized I have no idea how it would work, but it would be hilarious if for that one, for Horizon 4, if they somehow modeled in and like had as a DLC or whatever the TARDIS from Doctor Who as a vehicle that you could drive. The dream, of course, is for the TARDIS to be able to take every engine swap because it's, you know, as big as you want it to be. I know you could do that in the Crew, from the Crew 2 to the Crew Motorfest. But to an extent, I feel like it's a little bit... I mean, there's already enough trouble with like progression in this game, as it is, in the campaign sense. But I guess you could have it separate, or like even have it segregated, like outside of the campaign. So once you finish, then you can import the car. Oh yeah, I mean, but it's not only just like your personal liveries, right? It's everyone else's. If you couldn't bring over, like, think of all the Subaru WRX rally liveries that have been made over the years, right? Imagine if they had to start again for each new Horizon installment, right? Your cell almost tried to run me off the road. So much so I forgot to change gears down to a lower gear. Oh, for flip's sake. Get out of it. Punk. Skyline? Classic cars coming through, which has working brakes. I'm coming up. I think I was saved by someone spawning in. I do wonder if, I was just thinking how we were talking about how you can take the liveries from Horizon 4 to Horizon 5. I do wonder if, firstly, how much backwards compatibility there is. Like if I make a skin for a car in this game that is in Horizon 4, can you take it back there easily? Or, and if that's the case, how much is that affecting them wanting to improve the livery system? If there are desires to do that. Oh, okay. But if it's like custom stuff? Like, could you take one of your liveries you made in Horizon 5? Because I imagine that's all custom. Could you take that back to a car in Horizon 4? Because one thing that I do think Gran Turismo really did a lot better than Horizon 5, and obviously Motorsport, but that's not hard, was the ability to put stickers and stuff on the windows. I think that's a real oversight on the part of Horizon 5. There's also a Top Gear racing, like a DLC pack, wasn't there? Had that JCB tractor or whatever. Or was that just a story, it wasn't a DLC pack? I mean, that Top Gear story, I don't think I played all of it, I can't remember. Pretty rubbish. Then again, I feel like that's modern Top Gear, right? That was a 6x6 G-Wagon? Or like a Mercedes something, right? No, I mean, I think the trouble is that they're perpetually living in their shadow. And I think they're kind of allowing themselves to live in their shadow by quite obviously always trying to recreate that. I think they need to kind of just break from it. And whether that's like having 4 hosts, for example. Or just like doing something that's quite obviously different to that Top Gear. Because you can't, it's like it's lightning in a bottle, right? You can't just will it into existence. You gotta be at the right place at the right time with the right gear. And unfortunately for the BBC, it's not gonna be easy to find 3 fellas like that again. No. As much as you may try and throw, you know, millions of pounds at the problem, you're not going to be able to. So I think the only solution is to not try to, and try and do your own thing. Which I know is going to be a lot scarier, but I think it's also probably going to be the more successful thing to do. Or the more popular thing to do, more respected thing to do. Like, it doesn't inherently have to be 3 hosts. Then again, I never really liked the Grand Tour. I've mentioned it before, but I always felt that, like, for lack of a better term, the BBC was a 4th host and was very important in the dynamic of the show. And when they replaced that with Amazon and then kind of got Jeff Bezos' unlimited purse strings, it didn't quite hit the same. Because they never did those cheap car challenges again, right? Or at least not in the few episodes that I saw. You know, it was always a very, like this kind of thing, you know, a Halo car. It was never a Suzuki Swift or whatever. And I think that's the cheap cars kind of stuff is definitely something that the BBC should and could be focusing on quite easily and cheaply, without having to desperately worry about whether you know, the chemistry is there or not. There is a new, it's on Paramount Plus, which is the Paramount streaming service in Australia. There is a new Australian Top Gear. I don't know if it's out yet or is coming out imminently. And it's got, I think is it Mikey Car Mods? Is that the YouTube channel? 2 Australian blokes pimping cars within an inch of their lives. And another Australian TV personality. Those are the 3 hosts that we've got. And it's not unwise to kind of try and poach talent from YouTube, right? That has already shown a certain knack for the game, as it were. Who could and should we raid? Yeah, there is also that. Like, it's not going to necessarily be a tidy thing either. I could raid Gale level, that could be fun. They're a streamer top tips kind of YouTuber that I watch. Then again, there is Ahmed's as well. He's streaming too. Oh, and actually, Zephora is streaming Crime Scene Cleaner, the game you told me about. Maybe we go have a look at that. Well, thank you very much for joining me tonight, of course. If you like what you see, please drop a follow. That's the easiest way to keep up to date with what's going on here. If you want to keep up to date with what's happening with the stream, please have a look at my Twitter, Blue Sky, or Threads for updates on the stream. And please have a look at the Instagram, TikTok, and Clip Manager, our YouTube channel, for videos from previous streams. I will be back tomorrow night. We are going once more back to Bright Falls. Wait, no, sorry, not Bright Falls, Watery. Specifically, I think we're going to Coffeeland Theme Park as we investigate what the hell is going on with Alan Wake and his many musings on the book that he's written. And that'll be the last stream for the week, and then I'm back at the office. In theory, it'll be back to usual, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. But it depends on what's going on in the office, unfortunately. Until then, I hope you have a good end to your week. I hope your Friday treats you well. And I hope to see you on Saturday. Let's go say hi to Zephora. Alright. See you in about 20 hours. Cheerio, chat. God bless.
On the bottom.